All right, there we go. Letting you guys kind of slowly stream back in there. I'm not gonna play any music. If I play any more music, they're gonna chop me in half today. God bless, that was ridiculous. So I'll keep it simple here for the afternoon commentary. But I am back. So live stream is now back up and live, team. We are seeing COG-T slowly, cognitively work its way down lower. Redbox would probably be the number one top stock to watch. I have it on watch earlier. It was a nice little squeeze play. Love watching this setup. This is what I used to watch all the time, just so you guys can see this. When I called for the last long earlier in the day. Here, let's get back to Redbox here. Make this a little smaller. Get this for you guys. Here was the last squeeze earlier from Redbox. Get this back on. Gosh. There we go. Finally. All right. So Redbox, this little squeeze earlier where I was talking about the last little pop. It didn't go as far as I wanted. I didn't think it would anyway. I thought it'd go a little bit higher, but here's the squeeze from earlier, this last little pop that I said watch for this one last little pop when it did squeeze up. See how right here, team, it crossed the MACD. You crossed over the MACD right here, and we crossed over the 9 at the same time, which would be essentially the 8. So that's where it crossed over both of those, and it just went for a nice little ride. Anyway, so we're back. We are back, though. YouTube, that was hilarious. I had no idea till I got the song going, came back over, and then Maury Fam, or actually I guess it was both of y'all, but Biomed with the laughing face. For that, first I was like the laughing face, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't know what the laughing face was for. I was like, what's going on, Biomed? What's going on? Then Maury Fam right after, oh my gosh, laugh out loud. Then Joe, then it was like one after the other, and then I looked back over and I clicked on the YouTube stream, and it said, your blah 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 has been blah 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 for copyright issues. I'm like, you've gotta be kidding me. Yeah, well, what I think we should do, because, I mean, honestly, Jimbo, YouTube's just, it's got way more views. So, more people have YouTube. So, what we need to have is, if you think about it, there's Deck. So, Deck, if you're back, Deck, I was booted off like 3 times in a row for playing music. And then the last one that was like, as soon as I played music again for intro to afternoon commentary, I mean, it was like 3 seconds they said it was out. But let's get a Rumble tab. So, we'll have a Webinato, a YouTube, and let's have a Rumble tab as well, so that way people do want to click over, they can be on the Rumble tab, or they have a Rumble link if they want to use Rumble. And then, yeah, then maybe it never, because Webinato never goes off either, too, if you think about it, Jimbo. We never use, well, I don't get to use Webinato. I'm not paying for Webinato. I don't have the link for that. But for those that do use Webinato over on Deck's Lobby, that never goes down, except for like once a day. It's so weird. It's like they want to kick Deck off once a day. But Deck, I'll get Deck. I'll talk about that, though, for sure, to get a Rumble tab. That would be nice. So that way, traders, if they want to click over to that, then they can click on that one. You know, I think the more the merrier would be awesome. That way, whatever they use or their, whatever their preference is, we can suit them all. That's what I would like. But yes, I would like that. At least a link. AERC, here we go. AERC, will volume come back in, push through? I wouldn't say here we go with AERC. We'll get COG-T off. We're done with COG-T. We'll go back to AERC. AERC, in my opinion, like you said earlier, Biomed, I think it was you, Biomed, or whoever said that had pretty much exact movement like yesterday. It is pretty similar. I think it does exactly like it did yesterday, and it just tops out here at these areas around 1160. I don't know if it gets to 12. Honestly, we're going to need, in my opinion, a little bit more volume to come in to get to 12. So we're going to see, upwards of, I got to see exactly over here because it won't let me see on that side because they're very rude. Very rude. Yeah, I would say somewhere in the ballpark of, a easy $250,000 shares traded, and say a 2 or 3 minute time frame, even on a 1 minute time frame, that's what would get this boosting back up. It's really doing, in my opinion, what it did yesterday. If you look back again to yesterday and zoom in, that triple top 1 2 3, a little wonkier yesterday. Today's a little prettier with that 1 2 3 ish, especially if we come down here from 11. These little lower shadows aren't really bugging me too much. It's really just closing and opening below any of this area, and we're good to go. All right, so yeah, Jimbo, let's go over. Here we go. So Deck's over in his lobby. Since Deck maybe isn't listening, I'll say, hey, Deck, anyway, we can maybe add a Rumble link tab up top. There we go. that maybe will get his attention. Boom! And yeah, see, webinar is great. I try my best over here. You know, I'm open to everything. I'm not going to show, well, at least my best I'm not going to show. Sometimes, yes, I will be shutting people down and saying, hey, here's just, I'm sorry, but here's how it is. Man, I'm open to ideas. I'm open to all that kind of stuff. No problem. I like that. Good job, Jimbo, for bringing that to the point. Surfer Jeff, deck to find previous highs. Is it the high of the candle or the high of the wick? So both. We go in with the high of the wicks usually. That's going to be your high. But this, to me, generically, like say if we're looking at this, I don't know if you're Surfer Jeff, you're talking to me, or you meant to talk to deck. But it could be a combo of both. And I want to tell a lot of traders that. You know, I usually go with more bodies of the candles because that's why I teach candles, candlestick confirmation. I've seen most times, as long as we close and open outside of these areas, this little upper shadow area, we're good to go. But if we fell and close back below them, then of course we know it's resistance, and usually the closing opening candles is below it. But we always want to keep our eye on those upper shadows, especially the further and bigger apart they get. Especially on the daily, right? So if you even look at the daily, you're going to want to look at those upper shadows, especially when they lift off far away from the bodies of the candles. Now when you go generically across and you're looking at multiple areas, like say this red line that I have in for red box, that was the area to get over, and since then we've just exploded really, was right here. So we do have an upper shadow. We have a body of a candle. This one's not so much on it. It's in there, but it's not on it. Upper shadow, body of a candle. To me, that is the prime area to get over and to hold now on the way back up. Now, yes, I'll keep some of these other ones like on watch. Why? Because then you're going to add it to other areas that you can. Say this right here. Upper shadow meets what? Close and open to this candle. That's pretty badass. Upper shadow here almost meets the upper shadow of this, candle. So I'll just go anywhere from 1090 to 11 is the real prime resistance or now support. So you kind of have to find the median, right? The average area of where that generic support resistance really shines in. Always more so with the bodies of the candles, but if those wicks sometimes will play in there as well, and then always with the wicks. Like if they're far enough apart, you're going to play both, I promise you, most of the time. There's not one or the other that we really majority like to stick with, unless it's on the intraday here and they're not that far apart. And that's again why I came up with that candlestick confirmation, because we're always going to have these little wicks that shine below, right? It's always about closing and opening outside of that area, and then we go down more. You got it, Surfer Jeff. I will surf my way. They call me Surfer J. That's me. Tell me Surfer Josh. I mean, we're both Surfer J's, huh? I like it. Let's see here. Let's see. Volume very light compared to yesterday. Yeah, AERC. And then, well, I say it's just one of those days too, which is where Miss Boss would come in and call. This is kind of what they call a liquid trap. So me just calling it a short squeeze, essentially, where the volume's getting less and less each day, but we're still spiking. What's that mean? Watch out, short. Be careful, shorts. You're going to have some good ones. Like even yesterday, those are great when it gave back a lot of the gains. And it's still popping up today. So shorts are still holding this for whatever reason, kind of like red box. And we just keep squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and going above those areas. So, it's that's why I always talk about short-lived shorts or, look to go long here primarily unless you know what you're doing in your shorts. Because this is just in squeeze mode overall. If you look at this is a nice big old bull flag, and over 12 you can tell open close candles over 12 we ever can do that with a day. I think we run up to 14 in the day we do that, and then over 14 again, with AERC, then it becomes before her sky's the limit with AERC. This one could really start going parabolic there. Yeah. Sorry, it's one of my many lovers that are hitting me up. Just kidding. My wife, then I got all the guys in chat that keep. I love it. Love talking to you guys. Anything else? HU and so yeah, for next week. Oh boy, team. We got an on. I don't want an entourage. I want a leader of the pack. Maybe and it could be AERC. I'm really hoping that AERC does get over, say, this $15 area. We can see where we spiked up before back in December of last year. This thing gets over 15, then gets over 20. This could, and I hope everyone leaves Veru, Redbox, Siga. Maybe we can finally get a big sell-off from all those, or a little bit more so. Veru has kind of been dumping the last couple of days. Veru could finally extinguish it. Now, I say that. I mean, we could see what's happened. We dumped down. They could still come back up. But at least for the time being, so we just get to one runner. Because here's my point. We're looking at AERC moving into, let me not zoom in too much, but enough that big move there. It's kind of hard to see what AERC's done recently. AERC on Monday. AUVI on Monday. I don't think Bimmy. Yeah, Bimmy didn't do anything. That was right. So we have AERC, AUVI, COG-T today is definitely holding up somewhat to look at for sure. We know on Monday or Tuesday for mid-candle breakout. DBVT could be a possibility, as we can tell, moving into next week. EFOI, definitely a possibility, unless it finally cracks under 225. Same with HUSA, which we'll get quickly just so we can put those two together. HUSA has a chance, even possibility, to do the continuation next week. GMVD, I don't think, yep, nope, done. That was the one that completely cracked off. That's the one, oh, that really dumped off today. Holy cow, team. Let me look at this real quickly on the daily. Whoo! You see why I ran away from this one and said, no, that's not going to be the one. Ended up being on whatever the other, I forgot. QNGY was a really good one that popped up earlier. Boy, I had to look at that on the intraday there. So anyway, definitely not GMVD. So real quickly again, let's go quickly. So we know we got write down AERC, write down AUVI, write down COG-T, write down DBVT, write down HTCR, 100% write down HTCR. If you want to write down EFOY and HUSA, you can write those down, but those you can write them down. Those are more still to look at. Nope. Redbox, write down. SIGA, write down. Veru, write down. Right, team? We've got, oh, geez, where are all these lines on SIGA? I've got trend lines. Look at all these trend lines. I love SIGA. Could I not delete it on the actual daily? Thank you. I thought I could. I don't want these lines. I don't like leaving trend lines in on the. I don't mind them on the these support resistance lines. But so SIGA, Veru, Redbox, HUSA, EFOY, DBVT, HTCR, COG-T, AUVI, AERC. That's just too many. You know, maybe even PBTS. Maybe even PBTS to add to that list. Even probably PBTS. We don't need that many. I want just like two. If we had like three, that would be great. Too many, team. Hopefully that makes sense. Just too many. Doesn't really give one stock the real chance to go. You know, they can go, but then we see them all kind of go. And we want, I'm telling you, if those could just scrunch in, imagine those percentages, take away, let's take away 6 of those and add all those percentage gains up to just one ticker. Just you kind of get what I'm saying. Not that that's truly going to happen, but it's something definitely. Is NIO a good long-term hold? Yeah, so it's, so anything that go with the SPY. This is one of them. We zoom back out a tad bit right here. So yeah, this is definitely going to be running with the SPY. This is going to be running with all these other tickers where, I don't know how, all these tickers. AMD, find your favorite, right? Whichever one you want to find that you like to run with. Sometimes Tesla does its own thing, but today they're all running really nicely together. NIO, another one, doesn't cost too much. It's in that $18 range. Doesn't range too much, but yeah, 100%. Yes, definitely a long-term. Runs with the SPY for the most part. You're going to see a nice return back up. I would go with probably maybe a different play, like that's opposite of the pie, like QIB, or was it SQQ? Not QIB, but QID was one I like a lot. I know SQ, is it TQQ or is it SQQ? Which one runs? That one runs. That will run opposite, but of course that'll start going down. But find one. There's a TQQ is the one that runs with it on this. Yeah, TQQ. So NIO's one though too for sure. NIO's one definitely though for sure. There's just a ton, right there though. All right, team. Questions, comments, any concerns, anything else? I think I got caught up with everybody. And IMT might be on watch. I'm just like, I just don't think it's going to start running too much too fast. But IMT definitely could be on watch even, yes, come to Monday. Geez, the fact that and it did. See, this is did I call this earlier? This was exactly what I called this out earlier to a T. But look what it's actually doing. Like a lot of these plays, they're holding their gains and moving back up. Every time I see this, and when even like right now, as long as they've been doing this, but I remember this in the past going like, man, they shouldn't be. Okay, I remember when things started getting like this. I'm telling you, team, if this hopefully is any inclination of what we're getting next week, I'm telling you, if you think this week was hot, it's going to be just that hot for a week long, and we may get a day or two next week. If we can just get 1 or 2 runners like an AERC again, and everyone just looking at one, and I'm telling you, just 1 or 2 plays, that's when we can really, really run. But look for next week for a lot of plays to continue and have good. And I'm telling you, I'm switching straight to long base next week. Looking for the great breakouts, kind of flip. And then I used to be good at breakouts, but now that I know I can flip those charts over and kind of look at them as if it's a short and look at the inverse of them and know where the key area is to break through, finding that room to run. I'm going to be looking for breakouts on the first or second breakout. You know, it's kind of like halt up 1, halt up 2, watching breakout 1, breakout 2, those key levels. Volume's still there. If I miss it, maybe breakout number 3, but then, of course, bounce plays. But looking to go LONG long. Awesome team. I see you, Queenie. I know. I see you. We're going to get some stuff done this afternoon. Probably go live here for at least until right around power hour starts as usual. Cut it off maybe 15 minutes after that. But yeah, just usual. I'm going to cut it off a little earlier, team. Want to get some stuff done this afternoon. So probably go live maybe for like an hour for about 45 more minutes or so. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, hit me up. I think the top 2 stocks to look at. IMTE is rolling back up a little bit. Redbox is dying off in volume. We could see Redbox. Siga never gave up today either. Even the second short I got in during lunch had to do the same thing as last time and lock up at the 10.6 area. It was just like, geez, this did the exact same thing as it did last time. So Siga, I didn't end up shorting COG-T, which really in the end has now been the better short. I don't see COG-T, and I said that earlier, team, under the certain areas. It's done for the day. COG-T underneath that. I'll go back through this one. So IMTE, definitely watch this over high of day. We'll keep that on watch. But COG-T, team, this area right here. Underneath this VWAP, that's what I said earlier, underneath the VWAP and this little shelf that was built in the 875-ish area and pretty much done for the day. Down to that support area now, down around the 830-ish. It's hit a few times now. Done for the day, in my opinion. I just don't see us getting any volume moving back in, how much this has completely died off. Redbox, because it is a little bit more of the squeezier play, I see Redbox being able to get a squeeze by end of day. AERC being able to get a squeeze by end of day. Of course, you can see this triple top being formed right here. So up over that area is where we'd look for AERC for the next round of resistance like this. See how that boom, 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 and then we squeezed? Watch for this to happen again. I'll mark this as a good support line moving back down. Right now, we're building this up as support. So I'll put the 2 support lines as blue, lighter up top, and then I'll put this one, I'll mark it up just a little higher right here as a support line down below. Queen, chill out. We'll have fun with all the, you can have fun with all the dogs in a little bit. Chill out. Chill. Jofi, I don't know if Deck's talking in his lobby. I don't know. Good girl. Such a good girl. All right, team, any last questions? A little slower right now. Watching for any of these squeeze plays. Crazy to think that this movement this week finally is happening. I say crazy. I'm like, yes, finally. So I'm glad this has finally come and this week. Nice to see the movement back up. Ready to look part and take part of it next week. We've seen a lot of great breakouts this week. I'm going to definitely be crying in the closet come Tuesday or Wednesday if this all of a sudden is reversed. I'm like, no, I cannot believe I did not take part of that last week. So I will be sad at the fact that I didn't trade any of the breakouts, but I watched them, studied them, know I'm ready for them now. Just ready for the continuation next week. Do you think the SPY dumps toward the end of the day? The SPY, oh, the SPY. No, actually, it looks pretty good here to kind of U-shape back up. I don't see this. I mean, it gets back down to 390. I'd say if it gets back below 390.50, then yeah, it'll probably hit this low of day. And man, I just do not know if that holds up again. But it has a nice little U-shape. You know, it's got this nice little tighter and tighter wedge to it. Watch for a pop back up to. I don't think it's going to dump. So if you think of a significant dump, no, I don't think we're going to dump that hard. At the end of the day, we haven't dumped that much today at all. You know, look what we've done all day long. I don't see it really happening, honestly. Oh, y'all copycatted each other. I see how it's going to be there. Iggy and Paula. I could have introduced you two at the seminar. Y'all would make a cute little couple. Iggy and Paula sitting in a tree. They said, hey, we're trading stocks. Can't you see we ain't kissing? That'll be the remix. Oh, BIMI. Jeez, BIMI. Out of nowhere here, finally, he knew. This is another reason. What I'm talking about, how these were great shorts, and these have been great shorts recently. Holding its gains and not dumping off the rest of the day, and actually U-shaping back up, hitting new high of day in market. Now, we do have this. I'm sorry, but I'm going to always consider pre-market high of day. That was today. You can't turn off in my head that pre-market was not today. If this was not today, then I can understand. But it was, so this is high of day. So anyway, high of day, they still have this to get over. I don't think that full U-shape is going to get completed. Now this has a chance. BIMI does. It has a, it's not the biggest of float. It is a smaller float for only 70 cents. I think it's only 10 million float. I'm pretty sure I've seen BIMI go on some pretty big rips before. I'm gonna go back. Yeah, I thought I've seen BIMI go on some. We just saw this last year. BIMI, actually, this was just after DWAC ran. Look at this run BIMI had. DWAC ran, I want to say, on 1020 or 1021 last year. It was on 1020. No, it was on 1021 because then on Friday everything ran. So it was 1021 when DWAC ran. Friday was when DWAC and PHUN went crazy. That was my last big banking day. That was my last $10,000 day. Was when I was on 1022 of last year, Friday. So again, shows you how Fridays can be hot, hot, hot. Then look what happens in the Friday. Next week it just went crazy. BIMI, BKKT. I forgot all the runners. It was crazy. It was fun. That was the last time it was really, truly fun. And it stayed fun. Point being, it can't squeeze. So I wouldn't be surprised. And if we did, I am definitely going to. There's no way it can't be hot next week. So this is where I'd say if it gets over, and A holds a VWAP and gets over this area and holds this area at 70, 71 cents, this pretty much completing the day U shape in market. Because there are a lot of traders that out there right now, because we're getting close to power hour, they don't have pre-market on. They're probably forgot all about this spike. All of a sudden, the ghost was taking my throat away there. 75 cents, I'm telling you, they're not going to realize that 75 cents, there's going to be a lot of orders there for resistance. And then, boy, oh boy, let me tell you, when you get close to 88 and up to about 94, anywhere this 90-cent area corridor, it's going to be tough resistance for sure. So always keep that pre-market in mind if we have to run back into this area later in the day. Paula, oh, we met. Oh, in the smiley face. Oh, Paula has a crush. Paula's crushing. Paula's crushing. She says, hey, here's my number. You want to meet at Papa Giorgio's later? We'll get some good old food at Papa Giorgio's. I don't know if y'all, but that would be a great restaurant name, Papa Giorgio's. Maybe it's, I don't know if that's copyrighted because of the movie. I don't know if you know what movie I'm talking about, but boy, Papa Giorgio's. Because then you think of Papa Do's, and you'd think maybe that's why you think they would have went for it with their Italian restaurant, Papa Giorgio's. Because I don't know if Papa Do's and the Papa brand has an Italian place, but boy, I guess Papa Do's would kind of be their Italian place-ish. I mean, even though it's more seafood, but whatevs. All right, what do we got? Trend detector. Weren't you the one all day? You were the one trend detecting this FULC, talking about your FULC play here. A little mini dead cat bounce. It really was from yesterday, or maybe it was from, I guess it was kind of from yesterday into this morning. It was this morning when it really started dumping off, though. I mean, you talk about $8 down to $4. I mean, that's a 100% drop off right there. That not a lot of traders really think about. In the end, that's a pretty significant move, 8 down to 4. That's a pretty, if you think 4 to 8, that's a 100% move. So I just think that 100% move on the downside. So it's pretty big. Good job there if you got there, though. Good job there, boss. Papa C tells us, yeah, Papa Cadoba, yeah, Papa says, like, what was the next one? Oh, I had those all the time in Dallas. Like, is that really, because that's what they call it? I'd call it, here, of course, in the South, you think that Papa Do's getting steak and shrimps, getting a lobsters. I think of that just being a seafood place. An upscale seafood place, because, if you're getting steak at a seafood place, you're like, oh, you're getting steak here, too. Oh, okay. Oh, we're getting steak. Red box, nice little move up here still. Nice continuation. The lovers talked about how it was moving together. Well, we got her Paula. Yeah, red box. I've been watching that today. We had another crossover right here. It wasn't as strong as the crossover earlier, but here's another one of these crossovers I'm talking about, team. Look at right here, the movie now. I just keep the 9 on, but the 9 and this is what I saw for breakouts back in the day, and how well they worked when you get a true crossover together. So you get the MACD to crossover. So you look at the MACD crossover, it's above the 9, right? MACD crossover, it's above the 9. MACD crossover, it's above the 9. I mean, every time it's like I'm going to start studying that a little bit more for breakouts for you guys. Do a little bit of a strategy and start back testing that. So there's 2 back testing strategies looking to go long. Of course, I kill and bounce plays. Love some bounce plays. But sometimes they just don't work out because they don't come down to it. It stays too bullish. And so these breakouts become just better sequences to get into for nice 30, 40, 50 cent moves. Anywho, I'm going to keep my eye on that, though. Man, now I'm hungry again. Papacitos, Papa Do's. I forgot. There was Papa Bros. That was like their barbecue burger place. There was one of those in Fort Worth. I think it finally closed down, unfortunately. Forgot what their steakhouse is called. There was a steakhouse one, too. That was awesome. Dallas, I loved living in DFW. Got a lot of food on eating there. AERC got one of those ghosty shape, a head and shoulder pats on the tube. Yeah, it does even on this, even on the 3-minute here. I'm going to keep it on 3-minute going to this late in the day. You can go to 5-minute if you want to. But this definitely is showing me, yeah, exactly one of those kind of ghostly head and shoulders out to the side. You know the main key area to get back under. You can really tell the shelf being built in right around 11. Lower shadows basing out around 1085, 1090. Underneath that area is where it's going to crack. First 11, then 1085. That is where AERC sees a southward movement. Hey, can we not tear toys up? You just tore up the octopus. Look what she's doing down here, team. I mean, come on, Queenie. She's got stuffing everywhere. I love you. Got bones down here to chew on. Just killed the octopus. Just ripped the side of his head out. Got to stitch him up here. It's all right, Octi. I'll get you back. I'll get you rock and rolling soon. Chich, how we doing here? Chich, what up? AK47 been busy last 2 days. How we? Oh, doing good. I'm doing great, man. Getting ready for breakouts. You know, I've been studying these breakouts, a couple different strategies, been in back testing them over the last few days. This is my newest one. I just kind of went over, which I'm sure you just I was talking about the which I did that back in the day. I just don't trade enough anymore because it's been so long. I took my MACD off and really don't use it as much and understand where those are going to come. But on this big chart, I'm only going to keep it on my big chart right here in the stock. I'm really look at this crossover. Look at this from the crossover since. Look at this team crossover above the 9. You know, so you're long while you're obviously above the 9 is the first thing I'm always looking at. Then I'll check down and make sure we're good on the crossover and we're still maintaining and we're above it. Cross back over here with the blue line up above this. I keep them the same color, blue, you know, that light blue line because I want to make it just helps my eyes out to see. Boom! Look at that, like tough acting, tenactin. Now, I mean, since crossover entry, which would have been okay, I'm good, I'm over the line. Trust the entry, trust your indicators. 1285-ish at worst, somewhere around there. I mean, you're almost up $1 now. Just money cakes. All right, what do we got? So I'm really looking forward to next week. And then yeah, see there you go. See Alex Vaughn even good at 1090. That's air. I'd be locking some up right now. I would lock some up. Anything over 13.5 to 13.75 is good lockup zone. The area you want to maintain really is just above that 9. You know, if you stay above the 9. That's where you're going to stay, for the most part, bullish. 8 if you want to use it. But the main thing, then that's when I come back to levels, because sometimes you're going to do this. I just want to let you know, team. Any average you put in there, that's why I didn't like squiggly lines, because you're going to eventually do this out to the side. That sideways movement is what kills your essential trade overall when you can maintain. That's why I tell a lot of traders, hey, it's still bullish. Wait for the pure crack and movement down under than what? The shelves. Those were those shelves have come in key for me. So like say right here would have been the 1370s. That's 1375, 1370 area with a little bit of, you know, hey, I want to keep my eye on right here, which is 1355. And then boom, there's your beautiful short to be had right there. Still moving up since the crossover. Okay, Grigor, let's see. Can you please explain in words how a stock market, especially a small cap, being manipulated and why psychology behind it think, or what is the psychology? Let's see here. So, Grigor, what is explaining play how your words? Let's see here. Words. How is stock market, especially small cap? Okay, how are things being manipulated? In my own words. Well, there's multiple different ways how these stocks get manipulated. You know, first off, big orders that you don't get to see. I mean, most brokerages aren't showing you massive orders that get put in. They get broken down into a lot of smaller orders. So every once in a while, you'll see up to something maybe around 70,000. There are sometimes bigger orders than that. There's 100,000 share orders out there. I think Alf. You know, I wish maybe sometime Alf when you get good enough if he is around today. But looking at the level 3s, you know, and looking at the next level up and really seeing where those bulk orders are really way up and way down and then showing those for you, it's crazy. And so you've got to understand that there's big baller players out there that you don't have, and essentially you don't know that they're out there. That's the first thing. And then secondly, these shorts, when you think of manipulate, it's kind of like when people say finding your edge for the stock market. People then kind of get that twist and like, what's finding your edge mean? Finding your edge essentially just means, hey, finding what you're good at in the stock market and using it daily to your advantage. Advantage. So that's why you want to find your edge, essentially. But people start thinking about weird, they just start thinking weird shit when it comes down. Like, that's essentially finding what you're good at and using it. So when it comes to manipulated, think back at these, like right now, recently, Redbox. Back to 2018, 19 even, plays you didn't see charting like this. If I would have saw a chart set up like this in 2019, I would say and I still say, hey, and unless for breakouts, because it's good for breakouts, be careful with red box. I mean, at any time too, we see red, rug pull. So you find your indicators, your edge that works for you for your breakouts, take your profit, move on. Take your profit, move on. This isn't a, hey, I'm in this for weeks on end, because here's what happens with trades like this, especially shorter. Shorts get in this. Miss Boss is going to give essentially her explanation next week of a short trap or a liquid trap, where essentially traders stay in this short thing and we're good to go, and they'll continue staying in this, and then they average up, blah blah blah, and this keeps going. And like GME, imagine GameStop, right? That's probably my best way to be able to, hey, here, layman's terms, easiest way to explain what manipulated and what trappy plays are what to kind of be looking out for. That's it. Look for plays like GameStop. There's no way on God's green earth that's there, or no way on Janet's earth, or what. I'm sorry, that's just a saying. I always say that. I don't go no way on God. And people are like, oh, he believes in God. And anyway, I'm not big in religion. Anyway, there's no way essentially that GameStop should have ever gone the run it went on. Never should be where it's at right now. No, it's not. There's no way. There's no explanation other than you get the being essentially manipulated, short squeeze, trap. What happens? I mean, that millionaires were losing millions of dollars because they kept shorting GameStop. And then we can go on and on that. But just imagine GameStop, and that's what, when you think of a stock. Now, Redbox is one of them. I think Alex Vaughn brought this up the other day about the short float interest or whatever it is on Redbox. That's way higher than GameStop's ever was. As in, people are just loading up on this, and that's not a good thinking process of loading up on a stock, knowing that you can just get squeezed on. So that hopefully makes sense a little bit there for you, Gregor. Just think of GameStop, essentially. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, short interest percentage. Like, what is it? Short interest percentage. This is crazy. 158%. Like, I remember seeing like 50 or 40 or like 30 or 40% on plays sometimes. And that's like, if you ever see anything over 20, watch out for a squeeze. If you see anything over 40, Jesus criminy, watch out for a squeeze. If you see anything like 150%, watch out for squeezing. Like holy bajingos. That's a good number to look for, is that short float percentage, or short interest percentage or whatever. When those things get high, you need to be careful for squeezing. Well, it's Active Trader actively joining us. How you doing there? And there you go, Gregor. Grigor. Is it Grigor? Is it Grigor 2022? Maybe I'm trying to go with, maybe it's not Gregor. Trying to sound like some American. Like, oh, you American. It's not Gregor. What's up, XD? How we doing? Really just watching. Here it comes finally, team, and I'll show you here real quickly. Let's zoom back in so you can see this a little bit more. Right here, finally, this is where you need to worry about kind of getting more on the bearish side. Watch the crossover here, back from the MACD, back underneath this 9 right here. Nice ride up, and you can see even on my past chart history here why I was saying where to lock them up at, and there's no lie of why I was telling you to lock them up in this area. That red line also was into old trend line up, just a triple whammy resistance area. So if this starts getting back below, I'd say 1340, this may start getting on the bearish side for the moment, and just not for the moment, just a small little pullback, maybe 20 cents down to 1315 area. And here's that test of 1314 right now. Any questions, comments, consents, team? Anything you got? Go live here for about another little 20 plus minutes right now. On this very much of a Freaky Friday. It was pretty good. It wasn't almost a Freaky Friday. It was pretty good. I liked it. It was definitely had some freakiness to it. Not too freaky, but freaky enough. I guess one big thing would be YouTube bumping me off like 5 times during lunch hour, literally consecutively at the end. It was kind of got hilarious, as I think I started playing that one last song right before lunch hour commentary started, and before I could even start the song, essentially, they were waiting to kick me off. Alrighty, team. Seriously, though, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for joining me today. Another great little Friday morning, as always, I guess I should say. Morning commentary, lunch commentary. Deck always does morning commentary. I'm the lunch guy really now all the time. I'm kind of the feeling. Yeah, I know it was asked, I think maybe it was, who was it? Who asked a little bit ago about middle? Jofi, I think it was Jofi. Yeah, Matt, living like Matt's Monday through Thursday afternoons. Deck is Monday through Friday mornings only now. I guess he's done with the afternoon time. I am lunch always, but I'm obviously morning. So I'm morning and lunch Monday through Thursday, morning and afternoons on Friday. Living like Matt's every afternoon, Monday through Thursday. Deck's every morning, Monday through Friday. Monday through Friday. here. And again, team, which I will do last week of each month. I know I say this enough, but some traders do come over. Oh, what? I didn't hear you say that. But last week of every month, I open up my website for morning sessions again. So I did those up until April before I started the morning commentary with you guys here, which I really want to start doing so you guys can come over and have 2 live streams in the morning, being that I've gone live for Deck on Fridays now for 2 years or 2+ years. I keep forgetting to bring that up to Deck. Darn it. Dang it. But I want to start going live on Monday through Thursday, or obviously I was already going live on Friday, but go to live Monday through Thursday as well. I started lunch commentary in the beginning of 2022. Deck wanted that, and we kind of both brought it up as I brought up, hey, I want to start going live. I was like, hey, how about for now you just go live for lunch hour commentary, keep doing your website stuff, which was fine with me because my website was pretty booked up and stayed booked up, and probably would have stayed that way in the morning because a lot of people, of course, love coming over, trading live with me. Back to that, and so I'd still open that up since I did that for a lot of months. I opened up my website over a year ago to do one-on-ones. Of course, most traders want to book those first 2-3 hours, knowing that's when I trade most, those 2-3 hours after the opening bell. So that's when those get booked up real quickly, but I do open up those once a month at the end of each week, or I should say the first of the week in the last week of each month. So the last week of every month, I'll do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Open up my website so you guys can come over and pretty much trade with me whenever time you want to. I still do lunch hour commentary. I got to do that for my boy, Sean Z. But I will open up the morning sessions for you guys to come over. XD so I'm on every morning, same time Deck. So my live stream usually starts up about 15 to 20 minutes. Me talking wise, I usually talk about Deck's, every day right at 9:05. Every day at 9:05. If it's hot and there's a lot to go over, I will go live and here you boom, look at this on the dot, team. Told you exactly like I called for here. Had to show this though. Cool. I told you if this gets under this 1340-ish area, boom, watch for a pullback here to the mid 13 teens. So here's your pullback now with the little bear sentiment why I said, hey, take that profit. We're going to start pulling back here soon. Here's the crossover. Look at the crossover. Look how it lines up perfectly, team, almost every time. Under the 9, now under the boom. What a great short to be had. I may start taking these shorts too, team. For more of a squeezy type play, when you get under the 9 and you get back under the MACD, look at that's just, I'm telling you, team. May go back to the basics here. This is what I found out I figured this out forever ago. I sat here and watched this charting all day. I was like, dang. So that's when I got rid of the 20 because it would be the 9 and the 20 for me, not in the 8 and the 20. I always had the MACD on. That was my favorite in the end. I like the Bollinger Bands and yippity yappity flippity floops. I like that MACD because that's why I saw this. They lined up together. And there you go. So far, if you would have got in, even if you would just, trust the theory, you would have got in at 13.50 at worst, somewhere around that range, and now you're up 50+ cents. That's beautiful. So XD is every morning. So Monday through Friday, I'm every morning guy unless something's popped up or it's slow or I got something else going on, which I'll let chat know, hey, it's just slow today, I'm not going to trade. Hey, I've got this going on, I won't be trading tomorrow. But it's pretty much generically Monday through Friday. I start talking about 15 to 20 minutes for the opening bell. And my live streams up about 30 to 45 minutes for the opening bell. So Dex the man I know going to make sure he's got everything rocking and rolling in the morning so I don't have to worry about doing that and alerting for you guys. Alert, 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 alert. I'll be the one that kind of comes in 30, 45 minutes for the opening bell, get my stream up. If it's super busy, I'll start talking 25 minutes for the opening bell. If not, 15-ish or so. Yes, sir, XD. So anytime you want, come on over. What's up, Stepman? Stepman. So that's the 9. I use the 9. And you can do the EMA too. I'll show you. A lot of people are like, I'm like, watch. So quick study. I'll just do add study. Boom, add study. Moving averages. Exponential. Where are you at? Oh, it's on here somewhere. There it is. See, they're about identical. So you can have whichever one you want. You want the 9 EMA or the 9 SMA. I like, man, I really couldn't tell you which. I'll have to maybe back test this. But they run pretty much together. But I like the 9. What's this one? I thought it was exponential. I like the EMA better because it stays tighter. That SMA gets a little more loose to me, and I like but either one. So it's the 9 SMA, the 9 EMA. You put that in on your daily right here, or your intraday, your 1 minute chart, right? And then watch the MACD with the crossover there. And so you know when to go short, you know when to go long, right? So when we cross back over, which I would not yet through this 9, I bet this fails because this MACD is telling me this looks like it's, and I could probably read the tape here and then look at the level 2 and big orders may pop up and this fell here. But this needs that when you see a true pushback through, this is going to see a drastic move back closer to the MACD. So this is the MACD. So do the MACD and do your 9 SMA or 9 EMA, whichever one you want, and trade them together. I mean, we'll just watch this together and watch this. I will tell you when this will start breaking out again. We'll see if this theory holds true. So you got that SMG. There's the fail as I predicted. So there's the fail. I may just start trading off this team. I may just be like, I'm just going to trade this. There's the fail. All right. So there's a nice short to be had. Now when this, you want to watch here is this, essentially I just call it like the volume indicator for the MACD. When you start getting this tighter back in and these start getting lower, Stu, you're going to be worried about, or if you're looking, my point being to go, if you're looking short. When this gets closer, when these two lines get closer together, the blue one that stays under, you'll know which one. This is now long. Blue above, long. Blue below, short. And so when this will get close to crossing back over, which these are getting closer now, you're going to start seeing these indicators at some point, which actually we're failing even more, which they look like they're at some point, because this usually doesn't crash much because it is red box. These lines are going to get closer together, and essentially this volume, like I just call it volume, this will start slowly getting back to, say, this is 3 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent, and then start turning, boom, of course, green. That's when the crossover happens, as you can tell here, right? So you can see every time when the crossovers happen, essentially my volume will start going from, and you may get this where it looks like it may start to cross over, but you want to wait for crossover to green, and you will see crossover, and you will get a good trade there. But watch, just keep those two together, and then I'll pull this back over when I think when it's time to go long again. Happy, let's see. I'll tell you that. Happy, let's see. Happy I made money today. So yeah, there you go, Hanish. Good job, baby boy. Have a good weekend, Hanish. There's a little bingo ring for you, baby boy. Nothing moving otherwise that I see right now. We've got a lot of slow movement. AERC could pop, so watch for AERC to pop. Red box at any time can pop just because that volume stays in it. It's got that short squeeze potential. Yeah, Stu, I forgot. Do you have Thinkorswim? I forgot what you have. I mean, do you need help putting it on or something, Stu? What do you need? You can just put them on at any time. You just add one, then you can add the other. You don't have to add one, then add the other. Just add the moving average and add the MACD. The MACD and the 9 SMA or the 9 EMA. Gotcha. Oh, it's right here. These are simple. So, like I say, if you want to add it, you go to Studies, Add Study, go to Moving Averages, and you're going to see Moving Average Exponential, or you're going to see Simple Moving Average. Whichever one you want, Simple Moving Average or Moving Average Exponential. There's those two. And then, of course, for the MACD, you're just going to go all Studies, go to the LM, and at the very bottom, you'll see MACD. So go to All Studies, go to LM, come on down here, and there's your MACD. So there's your MACD. All Studies, LM, go to the bottom. It's the very first M you can put on is going to be MACD. It's actually the only M in the LMs. And then, of course, go to Moving Averages, and you're going to see Moving Average Exponential or Simple Moving Average. Building the shelf here, this could crack down some more because this, it's underneath the 9, still underneath my 9, and we're getting close though. It's tightening up, team. I'm telling you right now, this is getting really tight. We're gonna get another squeeze here soon, or we're gonna get one nice pullback to 1265. Watch for a pop or watch for a 1260, like a rejection here in a pullback to 1265. That shelf we have to eat through is at 12.9. 1288, 12.9. You got it there, SMG. You got it, Stu. Hey, yeah, and there you go. Thank you, Alex Vaughn, because I'm so trying to just kind of keeping you guys how to use that study and indicator together. AERC, though, 100% on watch. It's the only one, in my opinion, right now moving forward besides Redbox that can squeeze, team. AERC, Redbox, the top two stocks to watch. See how the volume, here we go, watch this. Look at this. See how the volume right here, team? See how this is starting to get, I call it the volume. Starting now to get a little lower. We're getting really close here. And so watch for this to get over the 9 here, fully open and close above the 9, and this can go easily, can cross over in a hurry, and this is going to be a long indicator. So I'm going to keep this on watch real quick. But that's what you're looking for. Hopefully that helps out, team. These studies are just the daily. No, Kenny, this would be the 1 minute time frame. If you adjust it, they're always going to adjust. You know, if you're in the 3, you're in the 5. It depends on what time frame you're in, and you can use them in any time frame. But see, like I moved to a 3, and now my moving averages go back up, and that's why I'd use it in a 3 right now. I'd probably use it in a 3 or a 5. You can use it in the 1. I usually use the 1 earlier on in the morning. I was just breaking it down with a little more clarity right there for you guys to let you know, hey, here's where the crossover can happen and what you're looking for. But you're using it on the intraday, the minute time frame. So you like the 1, it makes more sense and looks best on the 1. You like it on the 3, use it on the 3. You like it on the 5, use it on the 5. Makes sense there, Kenny? That's why I like going back and forth between the two, so you can kind of see where that true fail and where the true crossover could be at. You know, a lot of the time you may want to cross back and forth between the two to say, hey, where's... And to me, usually the most clarity and the longevity you get really nears that rejection. That's why I see it never crossed over, so we're still good right there. The crossover is the main thing, the MACD. This is the main indicator you want to use, team. 9's great, but this is where when you get the both together, we didn't get both together, right? So equals more failing there. Until this gets back over and crosses back over and moves to the green side and the blue's on top, we're not long. Ah, there you go, SMG. There you go, baby boy. Adrian, new high of day. I think we do get squeezed in high of day. Honestly, I don't see that sell-off coming. We are getting declining volume, which is always great in these little wedges. We have to get the volume pop regardless here. But if a volume pop comes in, you know, we're gonna get that squeeze. 100%. We're getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter in this wedge, ascending to the top. Over 11.5 with a decent amount of volume here, we're gonna squeeze easily for sure. We have room up to 11.93, essentially $12 now as AERC. We'll see if these, I'm going to see here. I cannot wait to see if they deny us of Lowrider. I've got a new stream up, so they have to be watching my new stream. But I'm really going to see if they deny my my plane of Lowrider. Lowrider. Yeah, we saw this a little bit ago. Bimmy a little bit, you know, decent. Nothing too crazy. We have movement up to about, I would say, like I said, now about 75 cents. We get over 75 cents-ish area right here. Then we have room up to the 88 to 90 cent area. So we have some room. That's when the big chunk's going to come. If we get over 75 and 77 cents, then there's some room to run, in my opinion. But yeah, nice little U-shape, and that's what I was saying earlier. Actually holding its gains, which is pretty nice to see any of these stocks holding their gains this late in the day, not fully cracking back. I talk about these stocks all the time being great shorts recently. If you can get shorts, or you can short a stock under $1. These have been money recently. Money. Coming out with news. Anything under $1, we've seen this day in, day out this week. Great shorts. Well, it was a good short, even in market. Pretty decent. But then it held its gain, and then it really started U-shaping. And so, yeah, it just shows you how bullish we've been getting a little bit over the past few weeks. Red U. Nope. ARC. Here's the squeeze I was just talking about. We're talking about that. Really nothing moving here toward the end of the day. Oh, ENSV. Here goes another energy play team. Does that mean EFOY maybe and HUSA got a pop? No, that does not mean that at all. But ENSV is definitely an energy play. We have seen this pop in the past. Keep that one on. I swear if we have more stocks to add to the list, that is not a good thing. But keep this on watch for sure. Red U, I forgot. No, that's not a good one. All right, let's go back to what do we got here from Redbox. So we finally about to cross back over here, and I can kind of show you. Popping back up a little bit. And yes, we're starting to get back over, and the crossover hasn't fully happened yet, team, but we're getting close to the crossover. Teetering here. Any last questions? Who's in SQQ with me? Got in yesterday and this morning. Yeah, that's awesome if y'all are playing those. Like I said, I just kind of chose one. If y'all are doing any of these, TQQ, SQQ, even if they're like short-term plays, definitely nice plays to be had. You know, moving with the SPY, you're getting some pretty good movement. Yesterday it was SQQ moving up with, of course, with the SPY, or moving against the SPY, inverse of the SPY, so nice movement up. If you're going with the SPY and you want to just have something to go down with it, but you don't want to trade the SPY, TQQ, another option for you. Just another good option. Oh, AERC with a good fake out breakout. Boy, here's a rejection. Now, don't fall all the way back. All of a sudden falls like to 10-5. I'm like, well, there goes exactly what I didn't think would happen today. Look at this sell-off team. AERC trade ideas takes a minute to load back up here. But right toward the blue line of support team, right on the dot, popping right back up here over 11. So that is a nice sign. But very crazy sell-off. But this is always talking about putting your lines and trade them. So if you want to be a safe trade, like, you know, I want to bounce. We get a bounce. I'm going to put it down here at, 1090. Ways away now. If we get a bounce, cool. I'll get the nice big pullback. And that's where you get this big, nice, big, healthy pullbacks at a safe area. Or even keeping it down here, putting your lines in and trading, putting your other one in around 1025, 1030. There's the reason why. You can get Jurassic pullbacks. You're going to be in a nice, safe, lower area. Thank you, Grigor. Thank you, Grigor. Very much nice of you to do that for us. Still didn't get the crossover team. Man, I love this how, like, literally, you trade it with that. And with the MACD, the MACD is the main thing. If we do not get back over, I know I'm still in a 1 minute time frame, but even switching back over to 3, we never fully crossed back over yet. We've stayed underneath on that 3 minute time frame the whole time. The 1 minute always seems to line up the best. Is another reason why I was use the 1 minute. If you go back to where the crossovers happen, that 1 minute is always right on with a 3 minute, maybe off just a little bit. Oh, and here comes more dumping. Oh, man. Then the sell-off through what? Look at the crack back of this shelf crack team. 1290 shelf crack. That's beautiful right there. Using your two kind of indicators together. Nice sell-offs here to end the day, too. When I say sell-offs, but nice little pullbacks. AERC, red box. What does that mean the SPY's doing? Oh, still you. Good job, you. Good job, SPY. Good job, SPY. Cog T, not doing too much either, team. I'll be around the last, like I said, won't be going anywhere. Just need to get some more stuff done around the house. So, hey, if you need anything, hit me up. Questions, comments, concerns. Otherwise, team, I'm going to be wrapping it up here in about 5 minutes for the day. Again, I'm going to put my website out there for you guys if you do want to come over and get any lessons and sessions with me. Love doing those, talking stuff over. And then, of course, here is my Instagram and YouTube in case you do want to come over and follow me there. Give me some likes. Whatever you want to do. Main thing is watch those videos over on YouTube. Boom. So there you go, team. There are your 2 links. All right, team. Any last questions? Anything else you want to go over? Let me know now. Otherwise, forever hold your peace. At least for the week. Well, I'll be around, so it's like I'm going anywhere, like I said. So if you do anything, let me know. AERC. I really don't think there's really one top stock to watch moving forward. I'm not seeing any. Oh, here. Oh, come on, you one. Here we go. Here comes. Oh, the Juneteenth plays. Come on. After this dramatic pullback, I was hoping they would get going here. These are our Juneteenth plays. Carve is another one, team. Moving them back up today as well. This is nice. So watch for these are going to be on high watch next week, especially with maybe all of a sudden it does start just being the 1-2 watch. But you won 100% the one of the ones to watch moving into next week. These are the top 2 in my opinion. Carve and U1. These will be the top 2 that moving into next week. If we get movement from Juneteenth plays, it will be U1 and Carve. Keep those on watch as well. Of course, we know the roundabout to keep on next week. Other than the SPY plays, we know I think everyone knows what plays to look at for the SPY. AERC's on watch. We've got AUVI on watch next week. We've got Cog T on watch for next week now, since it hasn't dumped off. DBVT on watch for next week. EFOY, HUSA will definitely be on watch. The energy plays, see if they can actually come back up. HTCR is going to be on watch for next week. Look at this U-shape and come back up today. That still can squeeze next week. Maybe even IMTE starts moving up even more next week. Now, I doubt it, but it could still continue to move up after the crazy pullback we had recently. Redbox 100% is going to be on watch next week as the short squeeze could happen. SIGA on watch next week, along with VERU on watch. And I swear, finally, if SIGA could crack this 10.6 mark. Like, all day long, all I've wanted for this to crack $10, and it's just not giving it to me. Boom. Yeah, there's too many on watch. Exactly. Too many on watch. Is there a list somewhere? No, I'll put the list together. U1, Carve. Here we go. Top Juneteenth plays. I'll put this over my alerts tab too. To watch. As well as, and then we've got, boy, here we go. AERC, AUVI. What am I going to put them in alphabetical? Oh, look at this dump team. And there it goes. It actually did dump, Had that chance to squeeze, and then the fake, there's a sell-off team. This is gonna stay up though, in my opinion. 100% Cog T. That's right, Cog T. Here we go. We're gonna have. We got so many to go through here, team. I love it. Cog T. DB. If I can type DBVT, EFOI, HUSA, HTCR. Siga, Redbox, that's out of order now. Come on here. We'll at least keep them in order. Make sure I'll go back over and see if I have to add one. Redbox, Siga, Baru. What was the other one I know in there? I think I missed one. HTCR, HUSA. Now I'm not going to worry about. Oh, PBTS. PBTS 100% on watch too for sure. Man, you got it, InScan. This is my job. This is my job. I'm supposed to do this for you guys. If not, I'm going to be the worst mentor ever. Like, you suck, AK. You don't do anything for us. You got it, InScan. There you go. I'll put this over in my alerts tab as well. So I have that next week. I'll put this over in Dex Lobby as well. So that's over in Dex Lobby. Oh, whoops. For next week. Boom. Boom! For next week. I'll put that over next up. It may make a little more sense there. All right, team. Any last questions, comments, concerns? Hit me up right now. Otherwise, team, it's time for Low Rada. AERC with a nice little pullback there. Redbox with a small little pullback. I'll keep this on Redbox on watch. You know me. This is because it is getting tighter and tighter and tighter for this crossover right here, team. You can tell it's just getting so tight. The volume, the sweet I was talking about, the volume goes down, goes down, goes down. It's just like it's going to cross over any minute and squeeze back up. So watch for one more squeeze at 13.22, possibly up to that 13 area. If we can get over a 13.8 finally, that's where Redbox can actually go on a nice good squeeze, team. After I'll play, of course, Low Rider. I don't want to kicked off with a 47 time today, being that I may be on high watch. I'll see if I can find some maybe some non-copyrighted music to play. Otherwise, I'll just go musicless after Low Rider, just so that way, you know, I don't want to get all of a sudden now the stream's down. I'm having to watch the stream, then it's down for like 20 minutes. Paul, let's see, Siga short at 1060. Let me go back to Siga real quickly. Who wants a Siga? Cigarette. You know, Paula, yes, the only thing, Paula, is just the volume so low. So let me do this actually for you, Paula. I'll do this. This is going to be the best thing to do. It's actually looking like it's going to go long again, Paula. This crossover right here is about to happen again, possibly, and we're about to go long for another pop back up. I just would leave Siga alone till Monday. Let some more volume build back up into this. Leave it alone till Monday for the short. Maybe possibly if you put those indicators on, watch those indicators and watch for a trend line, because that's usually when this is what I'm talking about. Look at trend. This is why I just started doing trend line cracks, so I just started noticing this. So put your, I mean, you have that in there however you want to, but have your trend line crack. Watch where you get the crossover. Look at the crossover right at the trend line crack, right? So that's why I just want my lines. This is just helps traders out. Boom, crossing back over, underneath the 9, underneath the trend line. You know, those are your shorts to be had today. For, say, a SIGA, SIGA type play. That makes sense, hopefully. So, if not, you know, just give me a call and we'll go over it. Got it. All right, team. Thank you all so much for coming over. Seriously, morning commentary, lunch commentary, afternoon commentary, commentary all day long. What is MICS doing? Please be like a low volume. Okay, MICS. The Singing Machine Company has had a pretty nice day today, team. So MICS, we'll see if this continues to go up. I will keep a few different new tickers on watch over here. Cog T is now finally dumping down even more. How am I going to do this? Let's go like this right here. So I'll keep some of these on watch. I know it's AERC. We got Redbox that's on watch. I know that was moving up a little bit. I'm going to go with MICS just because it's new and it's running. I'll keep this one on watch as well. What else we got, team? What else we got? Cog T, Siga, Redbox, AERC. I know those. What else was it that was moving, team? I swear there was something else that seemed like it was moving a second ago. Bimmy, I know a little bit. No. I don't know why I feel like I'm missing a play here, team. What am I feel like I'm missing? I don't think I'm missing. Oh, man, what am I? I feel like we just went over one. I can't remember now. So, yeah, those are the ones that will still be on watch. Redbox, AERC. I don't think Siga's going to move too much. I'd go Redbox, AERC, Cog T's done. MICS is going to be a decent one to keep on watch as well moving forward for the rest of the day. I don't think there's really too much. You won. Thank you. Jeez, XD, as I'm telling you. I was like, I was just on it. I was just on a play. I was like, what was I just on? My brain, you can tell it's starting to like putter. Like I'm slowly just fumes getting into the gas or getting into the finish line. So the top two stocks, in my opinion, watch it moving forward. I will go with MICS, being that it's popping up to Hive Day area. I will watch over here AERC, Red Box to see if those start squeezing again somehow, moving forward in power hour and after hours. U1 being the top stock to watch for now. Of course, MICS moving up as well. Thank you, though, XTS. You guys are amazing. Love you guys. Seriously, you are amazing. Have a great rest of your week. Which I know is almost over, but have a good weekend as well. I don't think there's anything too major to talk about this weekend. Heading into next week, just round two of round two of Dex Bootcamp. I will have interview week next week. Alex Vaughn, try to get Tim Z on, J Trades, Miss Boss, Guy Chimp, Living Like Matt, all those top traders on in chat. I know a lot of you look up to. I have as many traders I can get on. Iggy, if you're listening still right now, try to text him. So I'm trying to get on as many traders as I can next week. Mostly this time around, maybe just do 25 to 45 minute interviews so I can get 2 on each day if possible, to get maybe a maximum of 8 next week. If anything, get about 5 in for sure as well. Oh, yes. Oh, XD as always. XD as Amish. No, thank you guys so much. Thank you for coming over. Grigor, have a great weekend. Paula, have a great weekend. Everyone that's come over to Inskiing, Zach Hopper, Statman, Kadobel, Inskiing, Chich, my boy Chitchy, SMG, Adrian for music, Kenny, Alex Vaughn coming over today. Hanish coming on over. Miss Boss, Lilatech, Megalodon Bomb, Paula, all my ladies in chat, Geek Bomb, all you girls. Fly on the Wall, Trend Detector. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I've gone to Iggy. I've gone over. Jofi for coming over. Thank you guys seriously so much. It means the world for me. Honestly, it means the world for you guys coming on over here. There's my Super Buddy. There's my girls. I was like, Super Buddy, you're actually around. Yay, Super Buddy. She's like, yeah, nothing's really going on in my sector. I saw Miss Boss. She was having to trap some a-holes earlier. She had to leave out. But Super Buddy, good here in Florida, she says. Guys, have a great weekend. Lost boys, lost girls. I think it's time for a little cowbell. It's time to finish off stuff around the house. I've got to watch. It's still sunny out, and it's going to be hot next week, and I don't want to wash the Jeep when it's 1,000,000,000 degrees out. So I'm going to go wash my Jeep for like the 74th time since I've gotten it. But yeah, Stepman, you have a great weekend. You all have a great weekend. Study up. Get ready for Monday. We'll be looking to go long pretty much out of the gate on Monday, moving into next week. Thinking what I'm seeing now. Come on, Carve Daddy. Come on, Carve Daddy. I'm telling you, team, get ready. I'm telling you right now. Please don't let me be wrong. Please. I'm telling you right now, this already, with now U1 and Carve coming up out of nowhere here in the after hour, power hour, I should say, team, get ready for next week. It is going to be all aboard the long train. Get ready. AK's got breakout mode working already. So I've worked on one strategy. I've got the second strategy in already. So working these two. Team, have a great weekend. Have a blessed, safe, food-filled, cowbell-filled, ringing weekend. Give me the cowbell. We're ringing it home, team. That's right. Lost boys, lost girls. That's right. Get into your low rider. Get into your fast rider. Get into your high riders. I don't care what your ride. Get on your bikes. Have a great weekend. See you all back for Money Monday. And let's get it. And 3, 2, 1. Bangarang! Have a good weekend, team. Let's hope I don't get cut off. YouTube, just let me get one in. YouTube, just one in. If you're out there listening right now, don't be an a-hole and yank the cord. Just give me one song. It's just one song. I actually own this song, by the way. Look it up. Don't take it down.
Drives a little slower. No rider is a real goer. Hey. Like this. I took it. She said we should hook up the boyfriend I'm booking. Don't know me, they looking. I'm being the clouds. Full full of Henny, I drink and I drown. Daytime better come correct. Ain't playing at your best, then you will get left. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. If it don't involve money, then I don't accept. Like this.
We'll be right back.